Good morning. Can you guys check that link and let me know if the stream's working? It's having quite a bit of trouble trying to launch.
At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we have the US NHB Housing Market Index, forecast 39, prior 38.
It works? Hey, that's a first. All right. All right. Well, we opened at our 410 pivot and immediately rejected on open from yesterday. This was our reversion zone that we were playing off of on Friday. This is where I left you guys as we were going down. We rotated, did the full balance rotation from our lows, and then gapped up into our highs. We then made a very clear lower high off of our edge here, and then our rotation down, right? Downtrend intact, rotation down, another lower leg, and then rotation down. And now we're doing the same thing again, where we're watching to see if we can put in a lower high here for the gap fill into 200 to 210, right? Just following that downtrend with our lower high holding, and now our offer sitting here. We're watching to see, again, like just, can we fill gap? So as we push into that 210 to 200 area, we'll watch to see if buy side has had finds enough interest there, and where we go from there. But very clear, just downtrend from our target, and now fill. I don't know what that just did. Russell is filled gap.
Broadcom shares down 2.5% after over 11% drop in previous session. The S&P 500 financial sector trading at all-time highs, last up 0.4%. In 5 minutes' time, we have the US NHB Housing Market Index, forecast 39, prior 38. Fed's Myron says if shelter inflation does not decline, it might change the outlook for inflation overall.
Almost into target here.
Myron says don't see evidence of concern in inflation expectations data.
All right, and now we are pushing down into target, filling our gap. 200, 210. Gap filled on NQ as well as Russell. Yes, still a little bit more room, but this is target. Let's see what we do from here now that gap has been filled. Again, just following our downtrend and continuing to push. Man, the liquidity split on NQ is pretty bad. ES looks fine, but this contract split is not great for rollover on NQ. Luckily, most of you don't need to worry about it with being on sim, but geez.
Ten seconds. 39.39 as expected.
Pushing into our 200 now. Oh, Lord. ES is now a fully filled gap.
The S&P 500 and Nasdaq 100 erases opening gains.
Full gap fill on both ES, NQ, and RTY now. We have now fully reset from this this weekend's gap up.
We have posted a link for the US NHB Housing Market Index December 2025 report on the feed for those interested.
RTY continues to lead down. Watching to see if we get this rotation down from holding our yellow zone here off of our gap for rotations down to the bottom of our previous bounce into this 150, 116 area. If we're going to hold ES into our previous week value low. Watching to see if we flip this or if this holds. Russell coming down into our first target off of our flip already. As long as RTY wants to continue down and NQ has room to this 150, like we talked about, we'll see what happens. It's the same as before, right? We are holding our pivot, following our pathing to the downside, and looking to see how the bid reacts down here. If we can flip this, then we can look for more downside. But until then, I expect this to just be balance here while we figure out what we want to do now that we've fully retraced.
Fed's Myron says he expects better GDP growth and lower deficits from that, as well as tariff revenue.
RTY, very good bounce at our pivot, rotating back up to retest our offer here. ES, bouncing our previous week value low, retesting our offer here. NQ, retesting our offer here on our pivot. If Russell can flip our 60s, I'll be much more interested. Until then, I'm just expecting sell side to be sitting here, and then we look for rotation back down off of it. Same thing on NQ and ES. We'll watch for a potential higher low here on NQ as we push into 200 on retest off of a look below. Or if this fails and pushes back below 200, we'll look for that full rotation down. Should be just following a Russell, whichever way we go. Again, Russell liquidity is split in half between two contracts. It's not great. ES is still very tradable on the Z contract. NQ, it's about half and half, so it's not the best. Watching to see if that offer can step below this 200 and hold. Bid at 188. Watch for a little bounce there, and then see if offer sticks for this continuation down to do the full rotation. So basically bid is at 190 trying to defend. We're looking to see if offer steps down into 200 on retest for a lower high, and then if we can continue down from there, or if this is going to be where the bid eats up these guys, with Russell also holding a higher low, ES holding a higher low, and then a flip of our pivot for continuation, right? Or a big test to see like if we can do something like this, or if this is going to flip and then hold offer for just continuation down. Just like we have path, we're just watching to see how we play this, how this plays out here. Oh man, I'm freezing. Retesting our lows here off of our offer at 200, just like we talked about, and pushing down. It should be your first risk off if you are playing off of this. Bid is sitting at 160. Full rotation down will be into our 150 to 116 area. I've taken off 2. Subsurf. Russell retesting and slow.
Myron says the renewal of Treasury bill purchases by the Fed are not QE and will continue to transfer some risk to private markets. Myron says the standing repo facility is not as effective as the Fed hoped it would be.
I love that NVIDIA started to just go sideways after that over the last couple weeks. And then Tesla was like, don't mind if I do. And now is the one that's moving market again. Love that for us. Go from like catalyst to catalyst. No problem. Something must pump, indeed. Indeed. 30 seconds till new 15s.
Myron says, I would prefer an all Treasury balance sheet unless there is another crisis centered in the housing market.
There's your full rotation of our range here on open of new 15s into our 150, 116. Let's see if we flip or if this holds as our low. Again, this was our bounce point and our low on Friday, twice. This flip, right, this pivot. We're watching to see if this continues to hold as our low, or if we can flip it for a continuation down into our target that we were looking for if this pivot flipped on Friday into our 140 to 25K area.
Myron says, I do not support sales of mortgage-backed securities because it might at this point involve the Fed realizing losses on its holdings.
For ES, this is the same area where we were watching to see if this was going to be our dip buy or not. Again, this is the same area as Friday. This is the same trade, same everything. We need to flip this if we want to see continued downside, or this is where our bid will step in here once again for a continuation up. Start larger, or sorry, our higher time frame lows, right? So let's see what they do. Regardless, you've gotten your trade into 150 off of our hold of 230, and then our rotation down at our 200s, offering you lots of points.
Betmarman says that there is a variety of negative consequences to selling MBS that outweigh the desire for an all-treasury balance sheet.
Okay, that's my first trade of the day done from our flip and hold. Now we wait. If Russell can continue down, there's potentially one more leg, but we have to see this flip for that to be convincing on NQ. So move stops down or take profit. It's up to you. Downtrend still persisting. Should continue if we can flip this, giving you another opportunity. But I am out.
According to CNBC, Hassett Fed candidacy got some pushback close to Trump. So a reminder at 10:30 Eastern Time, Feds Williams is due to speak at an event organized by the New Jersey Bankers Association at the Liberty Science Center. Text and Q&A is expected.
Dude, why is my phone blowing up? What is this?
According to CNBC, some people concerned that Hassett is too close to the president.
I mean, not wrong.
And CNBC
Oh,
citing
my phone
sources
is blowing up
familiar with
because
the matter,
Sven
saying
and
some
Rory
Trump
are
allies see Hassett as close to the president.
won't shut up in the group chat on Instagram. Yeah, mute this.
We have posted the article from CNBC on the feed for those interested. Bedmarin says steps the Fed took to inject credit into the housing market have contributed to the housing affordability issues that households are facing. Bedmarin says no excess underlying inflation relative to the 2% target.
It was taking 10 to 30 minutes for Tradeify to load. What? Alright, let's see if we can flip and hold this pivot on NQ. Tempting now. See if we get this secondary leg down. ES into target here.
US stocks fall, the Nasdaq down 0.5%, the S&P 500 and the Dow down 0.2% each. Crypto stocks fall as Bitcoin hits 2-week low. Coinbase Global down 5.7%. The French Senate approves 2026 budget bill.
Have you guys messaged support or cleared cache? Or are you just like accepting your fate of it not loading? So I'm confused.
Reminder in just under 3 minutes' time, Feds Williams speaks at an event organized by the New Jersey Bankers Association at the Liberty Science Center. Text and Q&A is expected. Just to inform, this is an in-person event, so there will be no live stream.
Okay, so it was just an excuse for you to go to Motive Wave. Gotcha. I mean, yeah, it's all good. Just want to make sure that we're attempting to solve our problems.
Feds Myron says the Reserve Bank plays a valuable role in providing local perspectives and contacts.
Bruh, I actually need to turn off Instagram notifications. What is this?
The White House to host a press call on Russia-Ukraine peace talks. Feds Myron says the least attractive part of being at the Fed is having only one of 12 votes on a committee.
Pushing into target now off
Surely
of our
expect
flip of
comments
our
from Feds
lows.
Williams.
See if we can get any more, or if this is all we get. I was really hoping for a bit more of a retest, but I will take it. Offer sitting at 60. Expect us to find a low here short term.
Feds Williams says monetary policy was very focused on balancing job. Feds Williams says monetary policy is well positioned for what lies and is critical for the US central bank to get inflation back to 2%. Williams says the Fed policy has moved towards neutral from modestly restrictive and expects active usage of standing repo facility to manage liquidity. Feds Williams says labour market risks have risen as risks to inflation have eased and expects US unemployment to be 4.5% by the end of 2025. Feds Williams expects 2026 GDP growth to hit 2.25%, well above the 2025 rate. And Feds Williams projects jobless rate will come back down over the next few years. Williams says the labour market cooling has been a gradual process, and Williams sees tariff as a one-off price adjustment, not spilling over into broader inflation. Feds Williams expects inflation to move to 2.5% in 2026 and 2% in 2027.
Full rotation from our reversion zone. ES still holding our lows. Again, need to flip this low for anything more. This is our retest of our pivot here on NQ. Let's see if offer sticks or if we flip back above. Should try to see if sell side sits here into our 110 to 150 area. There's not much more to think about here or to do other than just look for this retest now that we've hit this low. We're watching to see now if this pivot holds and then we continue down, or if we'll flip and then do our rotation here. Right, just back up. Watching 45.6 on Russell. See what we do from here now that we've held our double top here into our pivot and have rotated down. As we push in, let's see if our sell side sits here again for another loss of momentum into our 45, and then if we continue down, or if again like this holds, and then we just rotate back up.
We have posted Fed Williams' speech on resilience on the feed for those interested.
These are literally the same trades as last Friday. I don't know if you guys can recognize that, but it's the same areas, it's the same everything, it's the same lows, it's the same everything. Everything is the same. I haven't had to change a single level today.
EU's Callas says China is increasingly weaponizing economic ties for political gains.
See if offer can flip this for this rotation down now that we've tested into our pivot and get that continuation. RTY failed to push above our 45.6. watching to see if we can hold this 116, 148 area as offer, and then do our rotation down like we have pathed. Or if we can flip over a 148, 150, whatever you want to call it, and then continue higher. If offer is able to hold a lower high here, it's a great sign that we want to continue downward. Regardless, we are now in the middle of our range off of our failure at those highs. It's a great area to try to take off a little risk here into 80 if you want to, or just move stops down. And then we look for the full rotation if we can get it. It's 1-to-1 right now, risk to reward. See if we can get that continuation, or if this holds. We need to see Russell breach lows for really anything more. I still kind of stand by this zone on ES where this is where we expect reversion buyers to be, and until we flip below it, it is still kind of just where we expect these guys to be trying, right? There's nothing that's really changed down here about this area. Every single attempt so far has just kind of been a buy until we flip below it. We should be expecting them to just continue to revert us back up. I really need to see us flip this and show interest below for me to believe that this isn't just going to be where our reversion buyers are. We can see, again, just showing this as an example of how and why I think this is our pivot. If we go back, we can see that this buyer is still pretty reactive down here. I really need to see us flip below and then hold this, right, as a resistance instead of a support, or we just expect this to revert back up like we did on the last attempts. So, yeah, I mean, I wish I could give you more right now, but all we know is that this area has been incredibly reactive and that there's a active bid in here where we've been taking risk off and looking for pops back up, right? It's been the same thing over and over again. So until we see something shift out of that, it's very hard for me to look for more, right? Just want to keep that in mind. That being said, like, it's just balance right now in these lows while we wait, right? We're just watching, see how we interact here. But if we can flip it, amazing. We can look down then. But if this continues to just find that bid, not much to do. I want to see us flip back above 39 for us to have really any say in this for upside. Hope that makes sense. NQ still holding our pivot, no change. Just building around here. It's the same thing as ES, right? Where we're just balanced. And we're watching to see if these lows are going to maintain. This is again that first risk off that we talked about into 80. It's halfway in our range. Watching to see if this can flip, and then we can look below for continuation down, or if these buyers down here are going to maintain, and we're then going to rotate up off of this. Did you see the news, Surf, that Samsung is now halting all SSD production for 2026? So it's not just RAM, it's now SSDs. Consumer market is just cooked. It's over. It is over. Luckily, I have like 6 SSDs that aren't even in my PC that I bought like last Black Friday. I've got like 2 M.2s and like 3 SSDs that aren't plugged in even. Yeah. I was like, oh, this is just such a good deal. They're like $100 for like a terabyte, remember? So, let's see what we... Flipping our pivot on NQ, Russell holding lows, ES back into our pivot high here. Again, need to flip over 39 for this to really mean anything. To me, this just looks like a reversion. I'm watching for the 200 to 230 to flip for me to care, honestly. Again, this is just a whole of our same lows as before. Reversion is to 230 here on NQ, and for ES, it's just into that 38.40 area. Once we get there, we'll determine if this is going to give us more or not. But again, this is reversion as we push into these pivots. If we can flip it, lovely. Lows held again. If this holds as resistance, then we're just doing this rotation again, and then we'll watch to see where we go from there. It's just pivot to pivot. We knew that this was our low already. I need to see us flip over this this area for anything more, or I just expect this to be a reversion to VWAP. And then we go from there. We flip 230 on NQ and hold it as supportive at this 200 to 230. Then our lows are probably in for the day. If this 200, 230 holds as resistance, then it's just the same 2 pivots below us that we'll play around. You'll watch for a bid at 150 to 120, basically, to see if that low will hold, if buyers are back. And then we'll see from here if we can then take out highs, or if that fails, and then we break back below, or rotations back down. But expect this seller to be sitting here into 200, 230 for that reversion trade. And then, again, we'll just go from there. If Russell continues going up, we should have momentum in the market overall. Well, what's interesting is I also have that godfathered NVIDIA streaming account. So even if that hardware was still an issue, right, I still have that the NVIDIA whatever it's called, GeForce Now. I'm still godfathered in at like those way lower rates. I wonder if they're going to honor that, or if that's going to shift. I bet you that they cancel that plan, and then with some bullshit, and then they like restart it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think they will. Because like giving me a 5090 at what I'm paying just doesn't make sense. I think it's like $80 for a year or something crazy. That's probably what it's going to be like as a monthly subscription soon. Yeah. For a 5090 streaming computer, basically. It's like a computer in the cloud. Dude, NQ is so illiquid right now. Jesus. I hate that it's split so evenly between both contracts. So frustrating. ES is still good though. But ES is insanely liquid.
In 10 minutes' time, we're expecting comments from Fed's mind.
Oh no,
who's due to
Z.
speak on CNBC.
I mean, like ESZ and
Williams
ESH
says inflation is still too high.
are both like trading at 50 contracts per price level. Like there's no, like it's still half and half, but it's still like incredibly liquid. Very tradable. NQ micros are pretty good still, you know, like 10 to 30 per contract.
The job market has cooled.
Or per price level, but on the minis it's like 2 to 5 on each level on both contracts. There isn't really a good choice yet. Might as well stick with Z until we figure it out. Or just play ES.
Williams says the Fed rate cuts position the Fed to balance jobs and inflation mandates. Williams says the Fed baseline forecast is a pretty good outcome.
Retesting our lows after the highs holding at 200 on NQ. Watching to see if we find our buyer here into our pivot or if this fails. Again, no change in our pathing or what we've talked about. This needs to flip or this will just be our high of balance. Watch to see if this low holds or if we flip again. Doing this, this is the mid of our lower balance, right? We're watching to see if a buyer is found here or rotations up, and then if we take out highs, or if this flips, and then we'll rotate back down to lows. Keep an eye on Russell to see if we put in a higher low or if this fails.
Williams says New York trade activity remains vibrant. Williams says inflation and job risks roughly in balance now. And Williams says uncertainty over tariffs has fallen quite a bit.
See if we can get back over 150 or if offer sits there.
Williams says the economy is well positioned to grow in 2026.
Again, watch to see if we can flip 150 or if offer
Remind
sits there
participants
from
to
our
also
hold of our
expect any
lows.
comments from Fed's Myron, who's due to speak on CNBC.
Fed attempting to flip, see if we can hold or if this is going to fail. I'd love to see buyers attempt to try to bid here at 140, 150 for a higher low if we're going to do the rotation back up to 200, or if they're going to fail here into these highs, watching to see if this, from our low hold, if this then traps, and then if we can push below for rotations down. I'm unsure what we
Fed
do
Williams
here.
says
Just
general
watching.
cooling in the job market points to modestly restrictive monetary policy.
I'm attempting to play off of this 116, but I just don't know if we're gonna be able to find this bid here. I'm really trying. Just small, just waiting to see if we can find this or not. I'm risking like 14 points trying. 150 is still holding offer. We need to see if Russell's going to be able to find this higher low or if I'm just going to get stopped out. We're looking to see if our POC from previous candles will continue to maintain as supportive or not. It's fine if I get stopped here. It is what it is, but ideally this holds.
Fed Williams says official government data is the gold standard. Surely expecting comments from Fed's Myron. Feds Williams says the Fed had data it needed at the last FOMC meeting.
I'm really want this. I want this pivot to flip. I haven't added more. I'm still just in my one here from 130, 116 risk, but I don't know, man. We're not getting the oomph that we need. Sell side still just sitting here. Really need Russell to find a better low. This is how I'm positioned right now, with a flip below 116. I'm just watching to see if we flip back below or not. I'd like to be able to play this back up to 200, but we just still are seeing the seller sitting at 150, with Russell not being able to find a low yet. It's like a... How much is this, risk-wise? $265. It's not bad. But I flip... I have two stops. I'm sorry, I have two contracts sitting at 116. And I'm in one contract, right? So I immediately flip below 116 if I get failed, that is. But until then, I'm just watching to see if we can continue to maintain this this low, where we expect our bid to be. If Russell can maintain lows and actually show interest over our previous highs at 145.6, then this will be a really awesome area. But if this fails, right, then we'll have an opportunity to add for this rotation down and failure with these guys trapped above on both ES and Q. This could go either way, right? It's just dependent on if Russell can find a low here, I think.
Feds Williams says, I'm not seeing investment boom in areas outside of AI.
I mean, this is still a $500 trade, just playing off of this 130, 116. If you want to take risk off, I totally understand.
Feds Williams says I expect stronger productivity growth over the coming years.
I'm out here into 180 off that for $900
And
bucks.
the BLS says November household survey data collected November 17th to 30th.
See if we get our retest here of 150 now. $150 holding so far.
Feds Williams says COVID era business revamps may have aided productivity. Feds Williams commenting in a recent pickup in a productivity. Williams sees productivity higher than the average in the next 5 to 10 years. The BLS says the November household survey has slightly larger standard error.
150 holding, pushing up 30 points so far off of our 50 hold into our 180. Should see a move to 200. That should be your risk off if you're playing off of the higher low. Just into our seller here again. If we can flip our 200, 230, then again we have upside. Until then, this is just balance, right? Everything is going as is expected. We played off of 14 points of risk here, off of our 130, and we took profit here into 180 on first attempt.
Feds Williams says commercial real estate costs are returning to normal.
Looked for bids at 150, and we're now getting to retest into highs. If we can flip this, amazing, then we can look up for continuation. Until then, top of range trade here from our lows holding. Need to get over the seller here for more. Yeah, right, Adrian. Again, just full rotation into our highs. It's a great secondary risk off if you didn't take off into your 180 on the last attempt. We're now watching to see if we can flip this 200, 230 for more, or if sell side at these highs of our top of our balance continues to hold. If we can hold our pivots from our low, right? Again, this is our value high to POC that we just held on both ES and on NQ. If we can flip our highs, we should be able to see a clear continuation up. But if highs continue to maintain, then range is continuing to persist. There is no shift of anything. Hopefully that makes sense. It's just balance right now, right? We're testing to see if we can flip said pivots. Your current range of trading, right, is between this POC to value and this high on ES and NQ. We need to see a flip of this for continuation. Same thing on NQ. Our lows held. This is POC to value. High, holding as our support, and we've traded back into our seller here at our POC to value high, right? We want to flip this and get above, or this is just a balanced trade at our highs. If we can flip that 230, we're in a very good position for downtrend to be over, and a flip of our view up there for a test of our upside. But we got to get over this, or this is just top of range here. Hopefully you guys are following. I mean, I don't really know what else I can say.
According to a US official, Russia would be open to Ukraine joining the EU. Feds Williams sees hesitancy. Feds Williams sees hesitancy to hire and fire in the job market right now.
Bid resting at 150 so far on NQ.
Feds Williams says doubts much AI-related impact on the jobs market right now. Feds Williams says the job market lately reflects a cyclical dynamic, not AI.
Ten seconds till new 15s. If Russell can't hold these lows, we might be out of luck here. We are holding our 150 so far on NQ, but if Russell starts to lead down, that might be our first sign of weakness off of a failure here at our highs. New 15's opening now. See if 150 can continue to hold bid here, or if we flip back below 116. Watch POC for first risk off of our 150 into 175, 180. Offer sitting at 180 very clearly. Watch to see if sell side sits there, or if they pull. Again, regardless, should be your first risk off just in case, if you're playing off of 150. If Russell can continue to find lows, we're in an okay spot. But if sellers sweep here into POC, a previous candle, and a failure to get above, then we're kind of shit out of luck. I want to see us flip over 200, 230 for more. Ideally on this test, off of our 150 hold. If we don't, it's getting a little sketchy. Or we'll probably have to seek for new liquidity. I don't know how many more like edge bounces we have in us. 50 points here, basically, from 150 to 200. Again, great risk off, just range trade right now. If we can flip 230s, then we're in a much better position. From 150 to 200, it's basically $1,000, 960. We're watching to see if we can flip this, or if this is all we get. You can either move stops up or take profit as we push into this pivot from our hold of our 150. Offer sitting at 210. We're watching to see if we can flip that VWAP there up into that 220, 230, or if this is all we get. This is ES into our reversion target here. We need to flip this, show interest above. Russell, we'd like to see ability to push over this 45.6 like we talked about before. Same thing on NQ here at our 230. We want to see interest above, or this is where we expect sell side to be sitting. This is where that liquidity was from last. If we can flip 230 and show interest, should be able to trade another 50 points up into 280. Same thing on ES. If we can flip this pivot, we have room back up to 850. Ideally with Russell momentum, right? We need that for that continuation.
William says effective tariff rates have proved weaker than expected.
Into our edges here. Again, just watching to see if we can flag and build this 200, 230 area. If we can, should be able to push up into 280. If it fails, then it'll be a very clear look above failure, and then these guys will go off sides, and then we will re-offer below 200 for the rotation down. If these guys can't hold into these highs, and we then rotate below 200s, we should see them take out the lows at 216 or at 116. Because these guys will then be trapped into our highs off of a failure to flip our reversion. Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm saying? If these buyers fail on this attempt, these secondary buyers, and we push back below, I'd fully expect this liquidity to then be used as a trap.
6-month high yield, prior free spot 58%, bid to cover, prior free spot 01. US 3-month high yield, prior free spot 65%, bid to cover 2.73.
All right, that's 150 to
According to US official,
260 there.
Article 5, like
100
guarantee,
points.
is something Trump believes
30
doesn't
points
get
more
Russia to
potential,
accept.
but I'm out. I'll be right back. I have to pee so badly, so I can't be here to manage this trade. I'll be right back.
Williams says businesses kind of run out of pre-tariff stockpiles. And Williams sees bifurcated economy where many are struggling with rising costs. Williams says, do you believe we are in what may be called a K-shaped economy?
Holy. All right, my bad. That was rough.
According to a US official saying we are prepared to go to Russia if needed.
Bit attempting at 230 still. We need Russell to find continuation potential here. We're gonna do it. This is still like a pretty solid trade if you're even just trading off of our 230 into our highs here again at 50s. 20 points so far. See if we can get some continuation with Russell following. ES trying to flip pivot now at 40. What an amazing Monday, by the way. Hell yeah. It's been a while since we've had a good Monday.
Reminder in 5 minutes time, we have the US 6-month and 3-month bill auctions. US 6 months prior high yield 3.58%, prior bid to cover 3.01, US 3-month prior high yield 3.65%, prior bid to cover 2.73.
Wow. Adrian, did you see more Fred again came out today? Or I don't know if it was today, but more of the USB album came out today that I see. I mean, there's only like 2 songs that aren't out yet. The full album's basically there. Yeah, I'm jamming to it right now. The new Fred Again album. I don't know if you like it, Surf. Maybe. It's a, like, I don't even. I mean, it's electronic. I don't really know. It's good though. He's a really great producer.
According to Interfax, Russia extends ban to sell oil under price cap until July.
Trump has said the U.S. will start striking land in Venezuela. That's a headline.
Shortly expecting the US 6-month and 3-month bid auctions.
Why are we going to war with Venezuela again? Anyone get the memo on that one? As we push into 75s, this is your next risk off. Offer sitting at 70. If you're playing off of the 230, this is 40 points. We gotta flip above this for anything more. Next upside pivot is basically 310. Gotta flip over this offer, or offer will sit here. Opening at POC, previous candle here. Again, this is what I'm talking about, is just this seller sitting here into that, watching for that trade. If we can flip above, then we can go up. If this fails, right, then just retesting our pivot at our 30. We'll continue on. Without Russell being able to actually be able to build above this, it just kind of is a loss of momentum for right now. The seller's just been sitting here on Russell pretty clearly. Needs to flip that guy. Higher time frame wise, it still looks fine, right? It's just us trying to build above our reversion flip at this 230. Just need to see if we can do it, or if this is going to fail, trapping these guys above.
Three-month high yield rate, 3.56%, 3.56%, bid to cover, 2.68, 2.68, the US selling 86 billion. Awarding 71.27% of bids at high. US 6 months high yield rate, 3.495%, 3.495%, bid to cover, 2.84, 2.84, the US selling $77 billion. Awarding 4.57% of bids at high.
If we can watching a Russell high or low here. We're watching to see if we flip 200s or if this 200 210 can sustain as we push down into it. Bid sitting at 195. Watch Russell to see if we put in a lower high. If we can flip this, then we'll run into issues, but I think Russell's just, we're watching to see if this higher low holds here at 40. Watching to see if this 200 holds, and then if we can pop back over 230, trapping. If Russell's able to hold a higher low, then we're okay. If this fails here on NQ and we retest 200s from a look below, then sell side wins out. Offering 200s. Russell still pushing down, no bid yet.
NVIDIA say they are to continue to develop and distribute Slurm as an open source vendor neutral software.
What did he just say? Slurm? Bid sitting at 180. 1. Offer at 200 holding so far. Russell back down to our lows. Watching to see if this is going to find another bid with Russell into lows. Or what happens if we offer here and then continue down. That is a really great sign that these guys are then trapped here above on NQ. Watching our 200 210 for offer on NQ. We're watching for Russell to lead down. If we continue to find bounces here, then there's not really much to do on NQ. We want to see Russell break lows if we're going to get this continuation off of another failure at our highs. We need to see like a pretty clear reoffer, and then we can play with these guys trapped. And then if these guys are trapped and 200s hold, lows should be broken, right? Because now we have a catalyst. So you can leave a runner for that if we're able to then flip. RTY pushing into lows. Full rotation here on NQ. Take off your first risk if you're playing off of the flip of 200s as we push back down into our 150. No change, just failure at highs. Russell leading down. ES back to pivot, NQ back to pivot. If we can flip 116, then we get a great continuation trade off of the failure at the highs like we talked about. I took off my first risk just to make up for my stop out, playing off of the 130. I stopped for 15 points and then flipped at our 200 and then played it down for the full rotation from 200 to 150 for 50 points. Now in runners. Looking for a break of lows, ideally, with Russell leading down, like we talked about. ES into our pivot. It's your first risk off here. Into our pivot. Again, this is just POC to value of our previous candle. We're watching to see how we interact here. Should expect a little bit of a bid while we retest, I think, 37 on RTY. But again, we need to flip this if we want to get any more downside on NQ. I have one runner left at 200s. I've now played that full rotation down on 3 contracts for 150 points. Are you guys like understanding what we're talking about here? Any questions, any concerns, anything that you need from me?
Myron sees no material impact from tariffs and inflation.
I think we probably go to low of day, honestly. I think those guys are trapped. But there's potentially one more rotation that we need to do, Surf, in these lows, where we'll come back up to retest this if we don't find just a very clear seller on a flip of 116 now. And then we'll like retest this, and then sell side will then really go hammer it down. But we'll see. Regardless, right, it's bottom of range here. We need 116 flip for more on NQ. ES needs to flip this as well.
Right now.
I'm just watching to see where this offer is going to be. I would like to see that in like, yeah, like 28 I think is good. If we're going to get the re-offer, that makes sense there. And then continuation down. Let's see what they do. I think this is just the Russell re-offer.
Myron says need to make monetary policy now for 2027.
Oh, excuse me. See if Russell can hold this pivot and then continue downwards, allowing us to retest lows on the day. This was our original entry for our long here at this 130 to 116. If we can flip below 116,
says, I supported the
downside
cut, but it was a close
feels
call.
very good. This is again where our original bid was, where I played the long with 14 points of risk. Again, if we can flip 116 and then hold offer with Russell continuing to go down, I think that we take low day. But we gotta flip this bid. They absorbed here last time.
Feds Colin says, I supported the rate cut amid shifting balance of risks.
Bid sitting at 133.75 on NQ. This is a $1,000 trade if you're playing off of 200s. It's full rotation.
Inflation risks as lower than they were.
You can either take profit here or just move stops down. Again, we need to flip below 116 and then offer for next leg, but next leg should result in takeout of lows. We can get it. Again, I've taken off 3 contracts. I have 1 contract left. $50 seconds until new 15s. I am freezing today. What is going on? Jesus. I need to get like my blood tested. Maybe I'm anemic. I don't know if I'm just like getting old and now I'm just cold now. I don't know. Man, I used to be able to like snowboard in shorts and a t-shirt. Now I'm in like double layered like wool socks, a winter hat, sweatpants, a hoodie, and I'm still freezing my ass off in my heated house. Like, what happened? Sound bad. This is the next leg we'll be looking for. Off of a flip here. Where this is just going to bid here again at our 116. For another rotation back up.
Fed's Myron, speaking on CNBC, says financial markets care about outcomes, not the motives of the policymakers. Fed's Myron says future descents depend on the policy decisions, would like rates to decline further.
I'm stopped above 154 on my runner from 200.
US oil futures fall by $1 as Russia-Ukraine peace talks progress. Fed's Myron says data dependence is too backwards looking, will lead to bad decisions because of lags. And that concludes comments from Fed's Myron.
Same as before, look below into our liquidity. Now watching to see if the bid holds 150 for rotations back up to 200, or if this is going to fail, and then rotate it down if we can flip our 116. Your first risk off, if you're playing off of the 150, is your 180 as we come into that, just as before, right? We know our seller sits here. This will be your first risk off. And then full rotation is just back up to 200. I just took off one to cover. Stop on my runner is now sitting at 145. Now that I've taken off initial risk at 180. Off a flip, like I talked about at that 154. I'm out full off of my long flip. Offer still holding very clearly on ES there at 28. Russell still holding pivot. Watching to see if we get a secondary leg now. If we push back below, now that we've done our full rotation, watching our 150 here again here on NQ. So if that bid is still still there. This is the same rotation that we just did, right? We got this push up from our bid off of our look below, right? Push into our 180, push into our highs, and then we rotated back down to retest our 150, and then we rotated up off of this. What are we doing right now? It's the same thing, right? 150, rotation up. Now we're retesting. What we want to see here is if sell side is going to flip this instead of bid this. So I'm just keeping an eye on that. ES and RTY both testing. Should go with whatever direction Russell's going. So if we say offer this, I'd expect then this to flip, and then we'll play the downside leg. If this is able to hold, then we'll watch for this to flip, and then we'll look to play the upside leg. Just into our 150 lows, right? Got to break 116s and then hold, and then we can play it as an offer. I'm not reattempting this as a bid on 150, by the way. No reason. Play the rotation up. Now I wait. I still feel like downside is more likely than upside at this point on the higher time frame off of that failure into VWAP, but I don't know how like long we're gonna have to sit here between 150 and 200 before we actually get a directional decision on NQ. We've had a very good day so far. Not trying to go crazy. I think if we can flip 20s, we'll probably be able to get a nice secondary move, but we gotta show interest. Right now, our risk is looking like this on ES. Right, you're basically playing this down for a look down to here right now. But there's probably a strong secondary look if we can flip this. And you can play off of this high instead. And then we're still looking for that take out of the lows. So I'm just watching to see if we can flip this so that we can then play off of this. Because like, if we can see our seller step in below, we're in a much better position. We're still seeing that seller sitting at that 28-30 area, which is good, right? But we're just balanced right now. What we want to see is a flip of this and then playing that down to take out lows. So there might be another opportunity here. We can flip that, and then that would be your risk. Right now, again, like we're just watching this 28, and as long as we don't take out those highs, this trade's valid. It's probably more risk than you want, but it's a good risk to reward on both. We'll see what happens. Again, right now you're just stuck in a smaller micro balance with this being your risk on any high or low. For rotations back up to here. Right, so all you're looking for is the same thing on NQ, which is... What is going on? You're looking for dips into here, and then a higher bid, and then you're playing this as your risk for rotations up to our offer that sits here. And then if we can flip this, it'll be the same as on NQ, where we'll be able to continue downward. But I just want to show you like the higher time frame why I think sell side is still valid. Because this is just like a bear flag, right? And then we're just getting a lower offer while we chop here and we wait for this to break and then continue downward. But we'll see. And it's the same thing on NQ, right? Like it's literally the same thing, which is we've trapped above. We flipped back below 200s. We played this rotation down. Or more, we need to see a break of this POC to value low, or this will be continue where we see that buyer absorb sell. What we're watching for is the offer to lower. We saw them trap here. We then saw them sell into 200s. We're now watching to see if we can flip this. If we can flip this, then we should be able to play down to our lows. Right now, you're just trapped in that little balance right now between these lows and these highs. But the overall trend has this as our catalyst for these guys to be trapped off sides for that rotation down. So like, yes, you can play the micro balance with us holding our 150 and with this 130, 116 still maintaining for rotations back up into these highs. And there's potential for this 150 to hold, but like the overall balance is still bearish as long as these are maintaining. But if Russell starts to pop back up, then we'll run into issues. So I just want to give you an idea of like my perspective on both time frames because I think it's important. But I'll have a much more clarity once we either push below our 116 or push over our 230 and I'll actually maintain. Right now, again, you're just trapped in this balance.
US's Latinx says that the US has priority access to Korea zinc products in 2026.
Any questions about what I'm talking about or no?
As a reminder, reported earlier on in the day that you had US-backed $7.4 billion critical minerals smelter to counter China. And Korea Zinc is to build processing plant in Tennessee with government investment. We'll pop it on the feed for you as just like a reminder in a bit more detail. Germany's Chancellor Merz says using frozen Russian assets is the only solution that he can reach with qualified majority. All alternatives need unanimity, which we don't have.
30 seconds till new 15. Still just holding our chop. Bid is resting at 8:15 on ES. New 15's opening now. Let's see if we can get this push below now for the secondary. See if this will give us that ad. They're trying. I'm in small here on EOS. NQ, no trade yet. Bro, if they can give us this 116 flush on NQ, I'd be so happy. Offer at 150 is trying now. It's our first little look at sell pressure, but we need this flip. We're gonna go down, or we'll just continue to chop here. Midday. It's a classic midday nothing. Just waiting for us to flip pivots or not, right? Nothing really to do here. Yeah. I'm not mad. We had a fantastic Monday. Just gotta wait it out now. Yeah. In a long time. Market's slowing down just in time for Mario to hop on. It's a classic. Will I be on much longer? I was thinking about just trying to chill in this this short on ES here. And then go grab lunch when Mario gets on, and then come back for the afternoon, maybe. But I don't know if there's going to be much to do here midday. I just kind of want to see if this this bear flag will play out on the higher time frame on ES. I don't know if I want to like hang out here doing nothing for 2 hours though. You know what I mean, Fudge? Where while we wait for like the end of day trades to start to come back in. I'm not sure. Because if it's going to be slow for like an hour and a half, I might as well just like go walk my dog and grab lunch. I don't know. We had a really good day. Like, I want to stay, but I also don't want to like give back our really good day or waste my time. It's the hardest battle.
Ed Williams says job market is very good. Unemployment is relatively low. It's too early to say about a January Fed decision. Downside risk to jobs, but not deterioration today. I expect jobs reports show relatively slow hiring, and valuations are elevated, but have a real driver in AI. I expect jobs data to confirm signs of gradual cooling. Reserves definitely will grow from $2.9 trillion over time. This is Feds Williams speaking to reporters here, so they've just bunched it up together and chucked it up. So I don't think he's speaking live.
Yeah, don't rush it, dude. You got this. Worst time to trade is this like 12 to 1:30 block, I swear. It's better to just like walk away for an hour. and then come back when we have a bit more volatility again. But again, like I think like the overall move is still intact on ES downside wise. Like you're either playing off of R28 like we talked about earlier with Surf, right? For this, just this buyer who's very clearly trapped up here.
The market valuations are elevated, but there's reasons for pricing.
We need to see if we can continue to push down.
Some signs that parts of underlying economy is not as strong as GDP data suggests.
NQ is just so flat here. Risk wise, like the bid is still off of this 130 to 116. If we can flip this 116 and offer with Russell also leading down, then we get our next leg on the higher time frame. But if this continues to just find this buyer here in this bid, there's really not much to do until we figure out which way RTY wants to go. It's a bit tough, yeah. Can I ask why ES over NQ? Yeah, well, it's just this pivot on NQ is just pretty clear, and there isn't as much clarity. I really like the short if you're in from 200s, but I exited that and then played the flip, right? Because the problem with NQ is that we might need to come.
Also, you had William saying very supportive of US's
all the way up here again.
Cut rates last week.
And then look for this offer and then rotation down again if we continue to fail here, right? Because we're going to need to trap someone higher before we can go lower if this continues to hold. So I just want to make sure that we have clarity, because this is such a clear and defined pivot with like 14 points of risk right now for rotations back up. So it doesn't make sense to try to play a short while we chop here until we can flip below, and then we hold this as our offer and then play with the same 14 points of risk here. Russell just needs to start to lead down. For ES, it just makes a little bit more sense to me just because our pivot was so clear with the previous week value low holding at 28s. And we're just looking for that to play that down into our low of day here at 806. And then we talked about a strong secondary move playing off of this 20 here for the rotation down into our low of day as well at 806. So that's what I'm in right now. I'm not in anything on NQ while we wait. That's all I really got.
Hello.
Yo.
Pretty good morning it looks like you guys had.
Yeah. Really good Monday.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, no, just something else to keep in mind, Fudge, is that we have our contracts are split right now, volume wise, and it's much easier to be trading ES than NQ unless you have a lot more liquidity kind of stepping in. It's just like really split on NQ, whereas ES still has like 40 to 60 contracts per level, which is very, very tradable. ES is like, 3 to 5 a lot of the times, and it's pretty evenly split. So it's just until we see like a very clear flip of our pivot on NQ, I'm not really trying to do like these smaller choppy scalps because of the lack of liquidity. Yeah, so I'd rather just like chill. Now that we've gotten, like, I really like these edge plays on this flip at 200 because we had room and we knew where we were rotating down. But when we're just like chopping in this edge, I'd rather either just like try to play the long with a stop below 16 with a flip for rotations back up to 200, or wait for this to play out, right? Like I just don't want to, it's too temperamental here in this chop where I'm not comfortable playing anything other than just like you can try to play the long off this leg, right, and then play it back up. But I've already done that a couple times today, so I'm good. I'm just waiting. But there's nothing wrong with that. I think there'll just be better opportunities later. That's all. We've already played this trade, a couple times today, as you can see if you just look up in chat. It's just midday, bro. Like there's, it just slows down quite a bit. That's all.
You get pounded with cold this weekend?
According to
Oh,
intelligence,
yeah.
Russia may extend
It was
diesel export ban
disgusting.
for non-producers.
I need to get my
Disgusting.
I need to get my dog Boots. She's starting to do. It's because it's so slushy. She's fine with the snow,
So reminder,
but
earlier on in
the
day,
slush
Goldman
is
Sachs as
just
well
unbearable
reported
for
that Russia
her.
extends ban on selling oil
Yeah.
under price cap until July.
It gets like frozen in her her little paws in between
Yeah.
when she like steps up, and then she doesn't want to walk on them. Snow she loves, but the slush is rough. I have to like carry her over each street intersection because of how bad it is. But she like refuses to wear boots, man. I don't know. She just does that like she doesn't know like how to operate. Yeah, like so I'm just basically like carrying her on every slushy street. So annoying.
She's gonna want more walks if she gets just carried
Oh
everywhere.
yeah, I don't know what to do with her. Oh, excuse me. I'm just gonna have to keep moving this over until it's later in the day. Oh shit. No ability to look below on RTY, no ability to look below on NQ, equals rotations back up. Just midday chop. Man, I watched one battle after another last night. That movie is 2 hours and 45 minutes.
I don't know
We're
if I've heard of that.
we're out of control. It's the new Leonardo DiCaprio movie. It's coming out on HBO Max on Friday. But holy, 2 hours and 45 minutes. It's goated though. Yeah, it was pretty good. It was decent. His interactions with Benicio were funny. You didn't feel the length? Yeah, I get you. Well, like, I don't know. These directors, man, just need to make like 3 episode series. I swear.
Yeah.
Just like 3 1-hour episodes. Are you excited for Fallout tomorrow?
Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna start it right away,
Yeah.
but depends on how many episodes they put out. But I am actually very excited.
I feel like they do like 3 usually, right?
Yeah.
I think it's 6 p.m. tomorrow is when it comes out, so it's like right for dinner.
I have a feeling they're gonna do it good, but like New Vegas is like has to be done properly, or else I'm gonna be a little upset.
Mm.
Because like the first one, or I guess what was there 2 seasons already, or just one? I don't remember. But they kind of made their own story up as they went. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
So
just
like
like in the universe.
the accuracy was good enough, but now they're going into like actual like kind of like lore. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? So they gotta be
Yeah, with like
stuff properly.
the start of the incident.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like they're basically following the game at least. At least the same characters are there, so it'll be interesting if how successful they are at that endeavor. Hopefully quite successful. Abby really wanted to watch the Diddy documentary, so we started that over the weekend, and I'm a little disappointed in it.
Yeah.
It's like, it's fine, but it's not. I thought it was gonna be something more special. Sometimes they do a really good job with those crime documentaries.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even like the OJ one was like quite good. This one's like, eh. We'll look back into value lows here.
$28 offers still holding, no change. Secondary still holding, no change. Rotations down on ES. NQ, flip of R16s, watching to see if we get our full rotation. Watching reoffer now. As we push down into target here at 806, this is your first risk off on ES if you're playing off of either one. Trade is now 1-to-1 on secondary. It is almost, I mean, it's like full profits here if you're on the primary entry, IF28s. No change either way. Great risk off here. I have one left from 28. Watching our re-offer here on NQ. Russell bottom of range. Watching for Russell loss of momentum and Q into our 116. Watching for Russell lost momentum here into our edge. We need to see a lower high, guys, or this can easily fail on the look below. Russell can't find this lower high with NQ into our 116, 135 area. That might be all we get for short term. We want to see sell side show interest here on RTY and then lead down if we're going to keep going. Same thing on NQ here into our edge. Would love to see this sell for rotations down to 40. Need to see Russell lose momentum. When you say reoffer, does that mean watching the ask get hit? It means that I'm expecting a relief bounce back into our offer where we originally saw our sweep down, and then I'm expecting, yes, the offer to get pushed into, and then them defend, and then go from there for a secondary move. If I'm looking for a reoffer or a rebid, I'm looking for a retest of that liquidity that we saw on DOM, where the buyer was or where the seller was, where we expect a push back up into that liquidity. And then for a reaction to be had there. So, like, if you look on footprint, hide all. We see that we had this sweep on the push back below. And we can see that this offer was here, this sweeper, where we have this this pocket. I'm watching this now as our risk based off of POC at this 117 to our offer here at 133, right? We're watching to see if from this sweeper, if we can now defend it on a reoffer from the push below, and if sell side can hold this, then I'm expecting one more leg down. Right, so I'm looking for a reoffer of this same sell side to continue us downward. But we need Russell to find a lower high here, or we're just going to do nothing. If Russell has momentum, then the market can't fall. New 15's opening now. Let's hope that Russell finds a lower high here for lost momentum, and then NQ can get back below 116 for a continuation down. If these guys fail here, and Russell can't find a lower high, and NQ can't get back below 116, then we're probably just going to have trapped below 116, and then we'll look for the bid back over 150. So we want to see a very clear offer and continuation down here now that we've retested into this liquidity on NQ, with Russell now able to ideally push below and then hold. Now that we've come into our area of risk, right? We're just coming back up to retest the sweeper. The buyer is going to try to defend the 116. We need to flip it and then hold it. Oh, midday.
Yep.
No, I never use RSI. Yeah, man.
Vague liquidity ES coming in on 20 in the bid. I just pulled.
There's no continuation trade until Russell loses momentum. It's just not happening. I'm not looking to play this balance rotation up. I might just leave, to be honest. I want the flip below 16s. Why can't I paste that? Don't understand. Get me out. You can either play off of the risk here of 116 to 130 for your bids for rotations back up to 200 with your first risk offs at 150 and 180, or you can just look for the flip off of a failure at 150 and then the rotation below 116 for the short. It's just the recovery of our balance low right now. So again, it's the same as before, where if this bid flips and holds this 130 to 116, longs look good, 150, 180, and then 200 as targets above. Or just this failure at 150, we look for the flip below 116, and then we look for the continuation down. I'm personally not looking to trade this until we see Russell figure out what he wants to do here, but I'd like to see the short, honestly, instead of the long. But we'll see which one plays. Again, 130 to 116 is just your risk right now. It's the same as before with us recovering our low. $150 here, and then again 180, and then 200 if we do the full rotation up. New 15s opening here, 10 seconds. Still just chopping on ES in our balance. NQ trying to build off of our 130 into our 150 edge now.
Shortly expecting the result from the
New
Fed
15's
Reserve
opening now.
representing.
Russell into our top edge. ES coming back up to our 28, where we took our original offer. Just our balance holding. Annoying, but it is what it is. It's midday. Bro, Adrian. Adding Denzel Curry and Humankind
6 counterparties.
to Victory Lap?
$6.01 billion
Insane.
at the Fed reverse repo operation.
I mean, it's just vibing. Let him vibe.
Damn. Oh, I thought that's what you're doing right now, man. It's a huge album, though. Holy. 34 song album is crazy.
That's actually insane. I'm waiting for the when Lil Wayne dies and they release his vault and it's like a 300 song vault album.
It's still sitting there at 116 into our 130. No change. Russell still holding. No break. There's nothing to do here. Other than continue to either try to play this or wait for the flip below 116 and offer. I see. Oh, Lord. I'm hoping this is it. I'd like to be able to add to my ES position. I haven't yet. I'm in and still at 28, but I would like to change my risk where I can add here and then just play this as my risk and then look for that rotation down and then try to have a runner for another leg if we were going to get it into like 780. But I just don't know if we're going to do another choppy leg or what's going to happen here. Hopefully I didn't miss the opportunity to add at 18 there. I may have. I'm watching Russell as we come down into our lows again. But really, I still like this pivot. I just need to see Russell's reaction here into our low. Now that we've lost momentum into our highs, do we bounce here again, giving us an opportunity, or is it going to be a full range trade here again on RTY? Now that we've hit our highs here again and sell side's still maintaining, right? Now we're watching to see if bids here for rotations up to give us our reoffer, or if we're going to just be able to lead down. I don't have the answer for you yet. Just midday chop with slow churn down. Like our overall trend is still to the downside, so I want to be playing that directionally. But I would like to be able to add to this position and not just continue to, you know, go up and down without ever coming back up to my original ad. But this is where we took profit last contract here into 808s from 828 on ES. Again, I'd like to be able to add at like 818, 820, and then play with my average for a continuation down. I'm looking for Russell to give us that add potential. If this doesn't work, then I'm probably just done for the next hour, and then I'll come back later. We're watching, again, we expect Russell to find a low here. We expect Russell to find a high here. We're watching to see if we'll get any sort of shift. If we can do something like this, that'll be great for a secondary move down. So let's see where Russell finds that. I'm not trying to like overtrade or do anything crazy here because it's midday and we had a really great morning. No reason to give back a ton while we wait for the slowdown to cease, right? But I want to make sure that we're playing with the overall structure still and understanding where we're headed. Again, like we're playing off of this guy being offsides, and the same thing on NQ with this guy being offsides. Our original short was this 200. We played that down, and then we flipped long for the rotations back up into 180, 190. And now we're just waiting. I have no open position on NQ, but I think that playing this flip is fine. But we need to see Russell break this, or we'll continue to just chop, right? I'm in a position off of our 28s on ES. That's it, while we wait for our lows. New 15s have opened. I didn't mean to delete that. There's potential for an entry here at 90 to 100 on NQ if we flip. But need to see Russell lead. These guys might be potentially trapped here. See what they do. Again, I would love to see Russell start to show weakness at this low, below 32s, for us to actually have follow through. I'm really not trying to play any sort of like new edge when we have such a clear one above into our 135, 116 area. But I think like the overall target is still into like 040 below on NQ if we can hold this.
Chevron reduces price for Venezuelan oil after tanker seizure.
Just give me our secondary, please.
Further detail into this, and Chevron lowered the price of Venezuelan crude offered to U.S. refiners after a tanker was seized by American forces in the Caribbean, and as global prices drifted lower. The oil supermajor sold a batch of Venezuelan oil on December 11th, a day after U.S. forces seized a vessel off the nation's coast at weaker prices compared than a batch offered on Monday, according to people familiar with the matter.
I wonder if the move is just a leg long Exxon. I wonder if that's the next Trump play.
That's an interesting thought.
Well, the reason why I say that is that if we're going to war with Venezuela, like I don't know if you guys know the history of Exxon, but Venezuela nationalized all of Exxon's oil refineries in Venezuela. So if we're going to take those back over, then it might make sense to look for Exxon longs because they'll get those back. No, I don't know.
Yeah. It would have to be a timing thing too, because like, I don't know. I feel like if they actually go in, and this is me because I am a 5-star general, obviously I know all the war stuff, but I would assume they try to do it like Panama, where it's just like a 12-hour thing and they take over everything. Like, I don't think they would want to, but that's a big, they have to put a lot of people on the ground, so I don't know. I don't know, man. It's like that Venezuelan well, president or whatever. It's like he's not a great dude, but he hasn't done anything else to people like outside of Venezuela. So there's like no reason to antagonize. It's so weird. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'll be capping points, bud. Turning in my quest. Don't worry, man.
Need to flip 90. Need to see Russell break lows. My risk now is 28. Sorry, my stop out is 28. My average is 2150 on ES. I'm just gonna let this play. Either it stops me out or we take lows. I just don't care at this point. Just gonna leave it as is. For NQ, our 16 offer held, but needs to flip 90 for rotations down to 40 if we're gonna do it. I don't know like if we're gonna get this move now or if it's going to take some time, but 90 flip is pretty clear. That's POC of previous candle. I'm only in on ES. I'm gonna go make lunch, I think, and then just let this either stop me out or go to target. There's no reason for me to sit here while we chop.
Enjoy your afternoon. Hopefully we do something post lunch.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna mute and like go let the dog out and whatnot, but I'm not gonna sit here while we chop around, even though like we already knew this was gonna happen, so like it's kind of pointless for maybe to be here while we wait.
Leveling cooking.
Secretary of War Hexath says the US is to avenge troops shot in Syria with overwhelming force.
Overwhelming force. Hell yeah. America.
That's just Hexath speaking at what, just putting a post on X.
No shifts here. Sig really took all the liquidity with him. What's up, Dan? Cheers, man.
Besson urges agreement on Pillar 2 global minimum tax. Has Besson posting on X. So Besson says, just commenting on his on the talks that he had with Europeans, that he says, I emphasize the concrete progress on EU's growth and competitiveness goal is of keen interest to the US. And as of this week, the side-by-side agreement for Pillar 2 global Pillar 2 global minimum tax.
Buy some hippos. Enjoy. Top of range here. Still no shifts. Order book still quite thin. Just under 4 minutes here till turn of hour. See if we get something at the open. ES, same thing, where liquidity is C on the bid below. Wants to be traded into. Five seconds.
So, search committee for the Atlanta Fed announced the start of search for new president.
Up tie. All three indices here, top of range. The 8,000 trades in 2 second video. Okay. Trying to emulate something? You never know. No way, man. I don't know. I've seen you do some crazy shit. I know, I'm just teasing, man. It's the John Cena, are you sure about that? I'll almost delete a pin to memorialize that. I know. Just with the temperature, you're saying? Or something else happened? Yikes. Oh, apparently your girlfriend does. Bought a new couch yesterday. That was fun. Are you guys warming up this week, Ty, or is the lake killing you? Yeah, same here. Still top of range here, all three indices. Main watches for me here are RTY for a lead as well as vol. I still have higher lows on UVXY, but we'll see. I don't have a ton of faith, just based on the order book, but if RTY goes, we can see some action come in for sure.
1 minute here till new 15s.
Keep an eye on Tesla shares last up 3.7% in afternoon trading.
Doji candles here. Essentially, should say. Minute here till new 30s. Still watching RTY and fall.
NYMEX WTI crude January futures settle at $56.82 a barrel, down 62 cents or 1.08%. NYMEX diesel January futures settle at around $2.18 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline January futures settle at around $1.73 a gallon, and NYMEX natural gas January futures settle at $4.01.
Okay, more to say for you guys here, but it's the Monday doldrums. 2.5 minutes here till new 15s. It'll be final 15 until turn of hour. Still maintaining, it's really tight, like POC auction. No shifts.
Trump to visit North Carolina with GOP Senate contender on Friday. Brent crude futures settle at $60.56 a barrel, down 56 cents or 0.92%.
NQ quite a bit deeper here. A flagging pattern more sideways on ES RTY.
So just a reminder, at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, Trump is at a medal presentation. We'll pop out the video on the feed.
Yo. What's up?
Whoa. You left, and we dried up.
Yeah, it's alright. We'll see what happens.
We have popped out his video on the feed for you to watch.
It's a Trump speech. Yikes.
Yep.
Okay. Excuse me. I've taken off first risk, like I said, short from 24, took off into 1875 to make this a 1-to-1 risk to reward. I'm half out, right? So I've made my risk the same as our reward here. So I've taken in just enough profit so that if I get stopped out, the trade is break even. I'd love to be able to continue down to secondary target, down into 811, 812 on on ES. But I really want you to understand the risk idea here of taking off first into our 1-to-1 RR, right? Does that make sense? Just so that the trades break even while we can just sit here and chill, right? This is what this is. It's first target. So that this is 1-to-1. Do you see what I'm saying? Just, using our brains. And now we can chill on this. The reason why I liked the idea of this trade, is that 28 was my stop out originally. We looked above, stopped me out on my runner, and then we saw a shift of basically our POCs holding us supportive, and then POC closing, and then next candle opened below POC, right outside of our range. So we have these guys who are trapped above. Same thing on NQ, where we are holding our POCs from the lows, doing the full range rotation, and then POC was into our high, and then we opened, and then on new candle below POC, holding it as offer for this rotation down. So I just was playing off of that as our risk, and then looking for primary and secondary targets for both, just playing this as a range down with these participants trapped. And as long as we don't take out highs, this trade is still in play for rotations back through. And it's free because we've taken off first risk, right? For 1-to-1. Hopefully that makes sense to everyone with the shift of our footprint. And then the 1-to-1 idea, just to make it free. Like these are like very basic concepts, but if you can master them, then you're going to be much better off. Oh, God, I'm losing my voice. This still hasn't started. Yes, highs taken on. I'm out on the short. Risked off into that high. Now we wait. Trump speaking soon. Don't know if I'm gonna be doing anything else. We'll see. Maybe
It's
if
1 minute here.
yeah,
It's a turn of hour.
that's when Trump starts speaking. Maybe if NQ reoffer is solid into 160, I'll look at that. But other than that, I don't know. T15s. Oh, what a boring afternoon so far.
Yeah.
holding our previous offer as supportive so far. This is the POC from the sell side at 24s, pushing up into our highs. NQ, no shift in anything. POC holding at the lows, but other than that, nothing really to write home about yet. Need to see us flip 160, 180 for me to care. But good first signs of a solid buyer with the POCs into our lows, holding above price-wise. Russell's still sideways. I'm flat.
Lunik says US trade court won't pause customs process amid tariff fight. So according to the Punch Bowl, Lunik is to meet with House panel Republicans Thursday. Again, US trade court won't pause customs process amid tariff fight, and a Punch Bowl headline says Lunik is to meet with House panel Republicans on Thursday. The conversation, according to the Punch Bowl reporter, is expected to focus on Section 232 tariffs. And Greer, according to Punch Bowl, is to meet with House panel on Tuesday. And that'll be for a bipartisan meeting on USMCA.
course he's late. Why wouldn't he be late?
He's got to try the metal on before he gives it out. You know?
Like, how is that a real photo, Mario? How is that a real photo?
It's
Tell me, explain to me how that is real.
confirmed AI.
It's like how is that a real photo?
That might be my new profile picture, to be honest. That's like, so for for our like background TV that we've just had on, we're catching up on South Park, and like that just reminds me of like that should be an image from like the South Park episode how they're like portraying everything. It's so good. Or like it looks like a little kid with a cowboy.
Yeah,
hat.
like what?
How it fits.
Like, what is? It's like, I don't know. I don't know, man.
It's really good. Listen, people thought Biden falling off the bike was peak, but they didn't meet cowboy hat Trump yet. There's been some generational memeage out of this current presidency.
Yeah.
Trump says I spoke to European leaders an hour ago. It's Trump speaking in the White House.
Bro,
I
what?
don't think the video started, but it should start soon. Trump says things seemingly going well on Ukraine.
Okay, that stream's bad. He's talking. Here.
Trump says all spoke to the heads of Germany, Italy, NATO, Finland, France, UK, Poland, Norway, Denmark, and Netherlands.
Holy.
Trump says that the US spoke with Putin.
Rotating back down off of our 24 flip on ES, NQ still holding, no change on our levels there, no ability to look above. Trump's just rambling.
Trump says we're going to start hitting drug trafficking on land.
We're trying to... Watching our retest of our 24. What's up, club? Just watching to see if our 24 will hold offer here again, and we can hold our highs up there at the 29. Just small so far, just watching. I'd love to be able to add into this.
Trump touts drop in fentanyl coming in, says China is helping.
My internet is freaking out. My trader is freaking out.
Weird. Mine's pretty smooth right now.
Trump just made fentanyl a weapon of mass designation, a weapon of mass destruction.
Holy. Does that mean we can invade China?
Yes.
Since they're producing?
It's Venezuela, China, Mexico.
Holy.
We don't have to lie this time. Yeah. We just make a new one. We don't have to. Well, if only George Bush knew that he could just say that something is a weapon of mass destruction and not have to just lie, you know. His legacy would be very different. I might just take a break even on this at 24 if we don't go down right now. My trade of 8 is freaking out. It's making me a little uncomfy. Come on. These photo ops are so awkward, man. Holy.
All I know is I need to score one of those cowboy hats.
Him handing out these medals while sitting is crazy. What is this? far as Trump is concerned.
One minute to go now to give the market on close imbalance data. $10. Market on close imbalance S&P 500 buy side 738 million, Nasdaq 100 buy side 214 million, Dow 30 buy side 368 million, Mag 7 buy side 1.1 billion.
No real movement off that MOC.
Bro, this PA.
It's a Monday. We have big job data coming out tomorrow as well.
I mean, it was so nice in the morning. This is just
that's-
like,
yeah,
this is
the
a shit show.
opposite. So last week the afternoons were pretty good, but this is, like you said, not it.
Every time I stay, it's cursed. I just need to leave at 1, and that's that. Holy. Yeah.
Trump says, I've recently spoken to Putin.
I'm glad you're here, Surf. Last 5 minutes.
He just got asked if we're gonna get a Santa rally. Watch for the pop.
Jesus Christ loves stocks going up. It's a true story.
It's a full rotation on Russell, or on NQ and Russell. I'm watching to see what we do into our lows now that we've hit target on NQ off of a failure at our POC and our rotation down to our value low. Again, Russell has done a full rotation from our high pivot to our low pivot, watching to see if bids step in. ES 24 I think is still viable, but your risk is a bit higher than you probably want. Just into our value high edge here. I'd like to see a rotation down, but I don't know if we get it because with everything at its target.
The praising of the stock market, praising of the stock market gains.
So with Russell into our lows, the bid just feels a little too. It feels like we could do one of these here. We'll see. Watching our 24 offers still sticking.
Manufacturing plants in the US.
Just gonna flip this, man. Get me out of here.
There's the bell. Surely something happens now.
That concludes Trump comments then.
All right, Trump's done yapping.
So reminder later on, he's due to be holding a Christmas reception.
The offer is really trying to step down into this 110 to 130. I don't know. I mean, I can't be bothered to sit here for this. I think the trade works, but like I can't be bothered. This sucks. Oh, I should have just left. Coming back always is cursed. I just like really, this trade here just makes so much sense, and it continues to make so much sense on ES, where we look above, we then do a dip, and then we offer the sweeper, and then we rotate back down into 1875. It's just the same thing over and over again. We got to get below this. Once we do, then we can do the full rotation. But if we can't, then it's just a 1-to-1 over and over again. You can see the same thing happened before as well with sweeper stepping in, offer holding, and then rotating down off of it. Same thing here. Sweeper. But until we can actually push below this, like it's like I said, a 1-to-1 RR. It's not great. It's not bad because it has potential to have legs, but we need Russell to fall. Oops. My Control Z like stopped working on my ES chart. I don't know. I can't. I don't understand.
Well, I'm gonna go eat some lunch. I'll see the rest of you guys in like 30-40 minutes. Like I said, or texted or typed, whatever the words are, to serve. It'll be a very, very chill class. Kind of similar to next week, but basically just a Q&A, and that'll be our last class until 2026. Holy. Alright, goodbye.
All right, I'll be back tomorrow, of course, 9:30 to I don't know, probably 1. I mean, anytime after that just feels like an absolute ass. So I'd rather make us money and then not waste your time. You know what I mean? That was my original plan today, but I thought we had a bit more excitement on our hands. We'll see what happens tomorrow, and we'll play it by ear, but I'll definitely be here for the morning session. You guys have fun at class. If you have any questions, if you need anything, just let me know. I'm going to continue to try to post ideas and my explanations for everything. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, all of our trades from this morning were plotted out, posted in real time, and I'll try to do that for the afternoon as well. But again, I mean, if there's nothing there, there's nothing there. I really just am trying to do 1-to-1 for your first risk off, just to make the trade free, and then just hold runners. That's usually my go-to of what I'm looking for. That allows for the best kind of if you're like trying to play what's it called, prop. I think that's probably your best bet. It's just trying to get to break even as fast as possible, and then just go from there. Make your money with runners. All right, goodbye.